Who up here gay sighing? Like me. Hi everyone. Hi. We are back with regret. We are gay sighing in Halo 2. Because that's how we roll. Literally no matter what I do before I come on stream, it's always gonna be a jump scare. Like I could switch to the active screen before I say anything, and it would still be a jump scare to like someone. You know? But no regrets going into regret, of course. No Rugrats either. The Rugrats are banned coming into here. Hi guys. What are we gonna be doing today? Well, this is the progress that we have on the brand new expanded area between the end of the underwater segment and the when you get back outside. Got this whole big room here that I added in between because I wanted a gameplay space with more honor guards. More honor guard gameplay before we get to the boss. Because we made the honor guards like unique and cool in their gameplay with how they use the pikes and the shields. And we're gonna play through that encounter before we get started here. Just to show you. I don't think anybody's seen the encounter in there yet. I think the last times I've streamed, it's all been on the outside. I don't think I've ever streamed the gameplay that I did in the inside here. But that's all complete, so I can give you a tour of that and see how this links back up to the original area. Your favorite Halo 1 texture? I'm assuming you mean the floor here. And yeah, this is in Halo 2. This is used all over this level. This is the Delta Temple version of the floor. It's called Temple Floor. Lots and lots of recognizable foreigner textures that Bungie made great mileage out of. Like, Bungie does a lot with a little when it comes to foreigner architecture. This is the progress that we made on here so far, just getting the basic textures in, like the walls and the floor, which will inform all of the more detailed stuff like this. Added some support beams along the outer wall here of this sort of liminal transition area, like I said I was going to. But yeah. Getting a good feel for how I want this area to look visually. I think I already got all the lights placed and everything to see how I want it to be lit and like the colors of the lights and all that. And this is gonna look amazing when it's light mapped. I've already test light mapped it, and I'm really happy with how it's coming along. I love building big ol' encounter spaces like this. It's like become one of my favorite things when Halo modding. Got a lot of inspiration from the Silent Cartographer as well, without like outright copying it. Foreigner architecture is like so interesting to model, especially if you're like a beginner modeler or 3D level designer. Okay, let's show off the gameplay leading up to this, so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. And have I shown off? I don't remember. Does anyone? I remember on the last stream I showed off that for the lockpick gimmick on this mission, I had a cute little pop-up that tells you how many lockpicks you have left when you use one. But now we actually have a dedicated HUD element that shows you how many lockpicks you have, thanks to Patty. I don't remember if I've shown that, but we'll show that first. It's really neat. The missing light tag for the regret boss room. Supposed to be water caustics on the walls and ceilings around the water pools? Oh, I see what you mean. I could probably find that in the temple itself. Let's see what you're talking about. I think, yeah, it looks like Spartan 277 might have already taken care of that, or if not, then I'll inevitably take care of it myself once I notice them. Actually, progressing to the gully area, we'll be able to show off that lockpick icon just naturally progressing. So let's start with the underwater, or start from the underwater going into the expanded area. Gotta run some optimization scripts beforehand. There we go. Test scripts all getting set up and everything. Should have allies with me. Do the fish still swim through the elevator? No, I fixed that. I'm actually surprised Bungie left it like that in the OG game. Fixed that so it can't happen. Okay, his allies are not placing properly for this part of the mission. But there we go, I got the HUD element for the lockpick down there. Yeah, allies are fully functional and everything for the gallery, but I don't have them set up properly in this testing script. Just take a nice ride through the underwater first. Got these dynamic lights that Spartan 277, or fuck, Gold Athena added.
Just received a response from High Charity.
I'm dead naming her.
A very well encrypted message from the Prophet of Truth. Listen to this. Your haste has jeopardized the fulfillment of our covenant, threatened our grand design. That you shall be spared a public display of our contempt is thanks only to Mercy and his wise counsel. Truth, Mercy, Regret. 3 prophet hierarchs. Killing Regret should shake up the Covenant leadership. But frankly, it sounds like you might be doing Truth a favor.
I love these underwater gondola rides. So nostalgic. How do you lockpick a clear glass door? I mean, you could try like shoving the lockpicks in between the seams. And here we are, coming up in here. Please excuse the lack of light maps. Hey, Deadbeat Hero, thank you for the 50 bucks. PayPal ain't working or I'd use Streamlabs. Oh, I appreciate that. But I appreciate the donation through supers anyway. I don't want to spoil the regret boss fight for myself, so I'm gonna skip the stream. Oh, we're not working on the boss fight today. Not at all. There are quite a few things I do want to keep a surprise that I have planned for the boss fight. But yeah, we're not doing the boss fight today, so you're all good. Thanks again for you and all the mods are working on this. Thank you again, Deadbeat Hero, for your generosity. You are a champion. Okay, so it starts out pretty much the same, but you might notice a couple things are kind of different. You know? Layout's a little bit different from what we remember. And then you're like, wait a minute, this is different. Where am I going? Oh, shit. Look at that. And you see this guy up here. This is the introduction of the Vanguard, Honor Guard, Shield, Sword guy, whatever you want to call him, on every difficulty. Thank you. Tag test. Fuck. Thank you for ruining my fun, as always. Open the fucking tag test with assertions patched out, please. That is not a crash, trust me. It's Halo 2 editing kit being stupid. We're gonna skip the underwater ride this time. Yes, Xevis. As long as you give credit, the tag set will be made available. Probably after like the first patch that goes out, because you know, probably just going to be a lot of issues found by virtue of it, a lot of people playing it all at once that we never would have found ourselves. So it'll probably be like, probably give it like a week or two after released, and then I'll like address any issues that have built up, and then I'll release that version of the tag set, and then any subsequent updates I'll also update the tag set. I love all the material effects I added to the pike. I added these little windows here to show you that you're like inside of the mountain still. Yeah, see, it just tried to assert on me again. Not today, bitch. So there's a lot of different ways you can go about this. You can go wrap around to the stairs up here, but there are a bunch of grunts guarding up here, and you got this douche nozzle up here firing down on you. You can also take a little detour around the sides here. Got jackals guarding the upper ledge here, though. We can come back out up here, flank the grunts. I love this thing. I love the sort of multi-layered, interconnected level design like this. Sort of bobbing and weaving between multiple different routes, flanking the enemy. And so like really straightforward where you go to. You just climb upwards, and the exit is like straight across from where you enter. When do Jackal Ultras get introduced? Technically the Arbiter levels, like the Heretic Jackals, are all the Jackal Ultras. But then I'm gonna introduce them on Gravemind, I feel like, after that. Where'd Dude go? There he is. I'm so excited to see this area with all of its finalized textures properly light mapped. Ah! that is an Honor Guard Ultra after all. Chief not fighting the Flood is fine. He fights the Flood on high charity. Ah! Oh, hi. Ah! The headdress on the Honor Guard clashes with the Ultra's white armor. Well, the helmet relies on like the environment map around it, which isn't like active when a BSP isn't light map, so that's why it looks like overly dark. Other than that, I did give a red secondary color to the Ultra, so I to make sure it actually fits. It was challenging to figure out how to get like melee weapon wielders to not just like instantly bear down on you as soon as you enter in. That was a little tricky to do, but I got a good balance, I think, with the Honor Guards. Could still tweak their aggression here and there if I need to. What are you doing up there? Get down. Brett's speech will still play if you linger around him. It'll play early too if you killed all the Honor Guards. It'll play as soon as you kill the Honor Guards.
Every member of the Covenant.
You don't even have to have killed every enemy in the area.
None will be left behind when our great journey begins. That is the Prophet's age-old promise, and it shall be fulfilled.
Great journey. Doesn't he know what these rings do?
I still gotta add, I still want to add like a locked door or two in this whole interior space. So the geometry work isn't even like close to done yet on this BSP. Got this liminal ass space in here that's gonna be pitch black. Let's play through the goalie now. Once you enter the room, no, because you need to get a checkpoint when entering the room, and then if you then die, you're gonna have to listen to the speech every single time you restart, and that would easily get annoying. And his speech is too long to wait until after he's done to give you a checkpoint. So yeah, I play it like midway through the encounter if you kill all the Honor Guards. Got this reimagined encounter space with all the same DNA as the original, just like a lot more less claustrophobic. Oh. Whoa, who's shooting at me? Oh, there you are. Hi. Whoa. Still hear a drone somewhere. There you are. What are you doing in the bush? The fly swatter, indeed. Using the pike against the drones is really fun. Especially if, like, they're asleep. You just like swat them all.
I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there.
Never been more sad to
Call when
not
you're
have
ready for
light
evac.
maps currently than on this BSP, because it's really pretty with light maps. I did give cinematic lighting to the Pelicans and all the vehicles that can fly around this BSP though, so now they look like really cool and well lit. Why are the health packs missing their textures back there? Hold on. Luna! Luna! Luna, help! Actually, I think Athena is the last one who touched the Pelican, so that's probably her thing. I'll just like post a screenshot of that to her with no context. She'll get the message. More lockpicks. I don't have anything to use them on currently in this BSP. I'm saving that sort of
like
for the one of the last things.
Not much further now.
Okay.
Ow!
Good job, guys. High five to everyone. Oh, I can't wait to start decorating this BSP too, with decorators like grass and rocks and trees. You got this alternate path up here that you can use to wrap around. Is it weird to say that? I don't know if I'm like overstepping just because I'm the one who like made this part of the map and like greatly expanded it, but this feels like this area now feels like more Halo 2 than the original Halo 2 area did, if you know what I mean. It's weird. This is like the closer to the original scale of this area that they had in this like area's counterpart in the like really old cut version of Delta Temple. And they actually had you going backwards through this area too, I noticed, which is interesting. But yeah, this is closer to like the scale they originally had in mind for this area. They had to really make some big concessions with Halo 2. Halo 2's like level design and AI count. Oh yeah! What else should I show off before we get to texturing? I did add all the sound scenery here, so we got birds and shit calling in my ears. Yeah, this area was originally the start of the mission, and you went through this area backwards as well. It's like it's really fascinating to see how these missions like evolve over time. Especially like in context of all the sort of overhauling they had to do. A Marine medic in any rebalance mod? Well, the thing is, like, with this mod and how it introduces health packs, if I also introduced a medic Marine, you'd also think, it'd be natural to think that you'd be able to get a health pack from them in some form, but I can't think of any good way to achieve that. But it would be a really cool mechanic if you could. I mean, could... As long as you like had super heavy scripting overhead and made it like super scripted, you could make it happen. But I don't know a way to make it happen in like a natural way through gameplay, which is what I'd prefer. Like I could easily make like a script that waits until the player's low on health and within proximity of a certain Marine, and then run a command script on that Marine to approach you, wait till you're looking at that Marine, and then they like gesture at you and say something, and then like spawn a health pack right in front of you. I could easily like do that, and that'd be pretty cool, but it seems like kind of extraneous. Like I don't feel a pressing need for it, you know. What would a Covenant medic look like? Because like the Elite's hate healthcare thing wasn't like a thing Bungie originally came up with. That was like not until Cole Protocol, so what would a Covenant field medic look like, I wonder? It'd probably be reserved for like the higher end warriors, like mostly elites and higher ranking elites. I could imagine an engineer, although I think that would be like underutilizing them to make them like healers. Like engineers have healing, Skyrim healing magic. Oh yeah, I did do some polishing on the engineer too. Let's take another look at them. Let's go into the sunken chamber. Fellas? There he is. Got him to properly like look around with his head and got him to use more animations and stuff. And he also has a, I don't think he's shown this yet, he has a scanning beam on the side of his head, so the variant without the helmet still has something to scan out of. Feel like a wildlife cameraman. Hi. Hi. Buddy. Hi. Hi. You know, you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay. Let's finish this area. Or, well, nominally finish it. Let's texture this area. Let's make it look not like it's melting. So I've been focusing on the walls, floors, and ceiling here, just like to get the big blocks of color down to see how I want the whole area to look, like as a whole, because the basic colors like that inform what kind of decoration I add from there. So I'm just focusing now on getting all of the UVs for the walls and the ceiling sorted out, so just gotta complete that. Shouldn't take too much longer. Thankfully, I already got everything, all the seams marked and everything. Got all that boring stuff out of the way, all the sharps and all that. I really do like the grunt mule that they added in Infinite. That fits like an open world context so well too. Especially. Hi, Dark. Get all these frickin' walls unwrapped. Video games levels look very ugly before they look pretty. The space needs to be fun before it's pretty, but it's gonna look like very, very unpretty for a while too. This is what I have to stare at for hours upon hours a day. I don't have this seam marked. Say goodbye to all of our wonderful stretched UVs. It's been fun. I just had to dedicate an entire day to going through and marking all these seams and sharps. Okay, does that take care of the walls in here? Mostly. I don't think any of the Halo 2 maps came with their seams intact, like upon re-importing them, so we have to do all that over again. Loyalist or separatist factions of the Schism use UNSC weapons. I can imagine I could craft a scene of having brutes using the UNSC weapons, like in vanilla, but more stuff like the rocket launcher and shotgun. And of course you can arm your allies with as many UNSC weapons as you want, which I want to make sure I make available more often. Like I want you to have the more opportunities to use weapons like the battle rifle, magnum, and SMG, and sniper rifle against the brutes. Because that's a lot of sandbox action that we're missing out on. Only opportunity we really realistically had for that was High Charity. I like this, I actually, like, figured out what their intention with this really dull material, this really light, scratchy wall texture is. The reason they use this so much is because it basically inherits the color of whatever lights are around them. And so if they have, like, yellow lights here, it's gonna look, like, really super rustic and everything, you know? If you have, blue or purple lights, it's gonna take on a really cool, like, high-tech color. So, yeah, I was wondering why they made such liberal use of this sort of texture, but then I realized it's because it's used in conjunction with all the Forerunner-y lights that are often like low lit, like these, that are placed low on the floor. Something that gives the Forerunner look its distinct sort of aesthetic. Okay, ceiling. Floor. I think the floor is done. Gotta mop the floors. I think the floor is all done. I fixed that up. Ceiling. Ceiling. Gotta redo the ceiling. This is Halo Flipper. Not sure what I'm gonna make this texture because it was previously a window. This area is flipped. It was previously a window, like looking outside, but I flipped this room here, so you have to think of a new texture to put up here. Probably something lightly techy or like decorative. Okay. Should be this area wrapped up now. This area was really messy before because I had a bit of a struggle deciding how I wanted the new expanded area to connect to the expanded gully. There was a bit of logistics to work out there too, considering the height and distance and like angle of approach. Stuff like that's interesting. Okay, any other basic stuff I need to work out? The ceilings in here all worked out? before we move on to like the fun stuff. I think I'm gonna add a trim along this wall. I need to texture this part here as well. I have a pretty good idea of what texture I want to use for that. UV's in here all good. Yeah, everything looks good. Let me check the ceilings in the main area. Oh, I haven't done the walls in this area yet at all. I'll do this next. I think the ceilings in here are all good to go. All the main big surfaces. Yeah. Now, Mercy boss fight would require too many changes to like stuff outside gameplay. It would require like story changes that are over our head. Mauler be added to replace the shotguns for the brutes. I prefer not. I'd prefer to keep stuff like the Spiker and Mauler to Halo 3 as something cool that it can introduce. We've got plenty of sandbox tools to work with by the last 4 missions of Halo 2, so better make good use of them than introduce a whole bunch of new stuff, like, because we already have the brute shot and the brute plasma rifle. Okay, so I want these sort of side hallways here to have like a sort of distinct look, more low lit area compared to the main room. So I kind of like I want it to look slightly rusted. I gave it these sort of underwater floors here. So I feel like I want the walls here to either use the brown rusted tower look. Oh. Let me take care of the UVs on these before I get into that. These bits here. I actually did put unique, like, decorations inside of each one of these rooms in, like, each corner of this whole area. To sell the idea that this is a sort of gallery that preserves and shows off a lot of the Foreigner's history. Oh, this UV up here is looking pretty rough, too. Not sure if that qualifies as a generic ceiling, though. Might want to do something unique with that. Not sure if these areas up here are instanced to that. I think a couple of these rooms are instanced to each other, so I don't have to change every single one individually. Also take care of this here. That wasn't even marked sharp. Might even want to, I feel like I might even want to put a more ornate texture over here on this. Like, I don't know, probably like something this maybe, or some other variation of this. I'll just leave this here and like decide on that later. So I kind of like how that looks with the idea of it in here. Like most of this area is like sort of negative space color-wise, and then we have sort of this to break up that monotony. Any other UVs in these rooms I need to fix? You have these. I can just fix this one manually by hand. That texture. All of the textures here are native to Halo 2, yeah. Every single one. Like, Halo 2 recycles pretty much every texture from CE, and just, like, makes different colored variations of them for the Sentinel walls, the Gas Giant, the Delta Temple, the Control Room. Like, all of the stuff from the CE, Foreigner-wise, is present in Halo 2. Maybe except for, like, some of the holographic switches. Halo 2s are mostly new. Gotta fix the UVs on the walls leading in here, too. Not rotate the geometry. Mercy is 220 years old? Oh, geez. What is, like, the lifespan of the prophets and elites compared to humans? Why do things that are not humans always live longer than us in fiction? Like, the fucking elves and Elder Scrolls, why do they live to be over 300 years old? What's up with that? Three hours before I get my hands on him. Understandable, sir. I have both sides of this chamber instanced and, like, duplicated to each other, so I don't have to replicate the same changes over and over. It's really convenient. It's something I noticed I saw that Bungie did with the sunken chamber, so I sort of just copied that. And it's been very helpful. I found, like, the best learning tool for doing everything Halo modding wise is just, like, finding something Bungie did that was similar to what I have in mind, and then, like, copying the method they used to achieve that. It's been a very helpful sort of method of going about things, both with, like, encounter setups, scripting, and level design. Okay, let's fix the UVs on these walls. And I think I might want to put a trim on the bottom here, because there's this trim down here. Hi there, little dude. Good to see ya. It's going very good. We're prettying this map up. Let's see here. Try to use this trim. The Delta Temple, like, modern Foreigner architecture uses, like, on the interior uses like a combination of the more pristine Foreigner stuff and the sort of rustic stuff as, like, a transition pieces, so trying to adhere to that wherever I can. See how this looks. I like that. Something simplistic. Pretty simple. Foreigner interiors are like such a fun exercise of trying to make the most out of a little. Need to correct the geometry on this thing too, so it's consistent with the floor patterns. Consistent and symmetrical. Also need to fix the UVs on these as well. That later though. Not sure what texture I'm gonna changes I'm gonna make into this, if any. I just like ripped this from the tower cluster, this object here, because I needed something to break up the space as you come in. Lil dude. What are the other modders working on right now? You mean the H2R team members? What is everyone working on lately? I know Athena's been doing like a ton of cutscene work recently. Like she goes freaking crazy with the stuff. She's pretty much become our sort of director of cinematics. I should probably add a trim on the opposite side of this transition piece as well. There we go. Let me also quickly triangulate, merge, and reset vectors on everything. Someone on the team has interest in prelates. What are prelates? It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not sure. Hi, Rob. Just wanted to say how much I enjoy your rebalancing overview videos. I've only just got back into playing Halo after like 20 years. I can't wait to try some mods soon. Glad to hear that. And if anyone hasn't, you should totally go watch those videos I made, because they're like one of the biggest things that are funding this project right now is that video series. So it's very, very important that those get some good support. I have to fix UVs on this as well. Okay, let me decide the sort of wall texture that I want here. I'll try the just general start with the general tower, rusted tower look. Just to get everything with one central texture as a base, and then can give stuff a bit more texture detail as we go. And then this is mirrored on the other side, so that'll be automatically taken care of. Erroneous seam here. Wonder if it'd be more efficient just to select everything in here and then deselect what I don't want. That's possible. Okay, let me not just like select everything all at once then. Let me just start with pieces of it. Okay. Unuglify. It is very interesting how it decides to UV angled surfaces. Need to correct the angle of the walls here. That looks kind of weird. Oh, let me make sure everything is decent resolution first. There we go. Master Chief versus Arbiter fight work. The only way I could think that you could feasibly do that is like if they somehow got free in the Gravemine's chamber, or like the Gravemind just like sort of dumped them there, and then when they wake up they duke it out, and then Gravemind like interrupts them. It's more feasible than a Prophet of Mercy fight, surprisingly. I wonder what texture I'm going to use to contrast with the sort of base metal rust. Actually, I probably could get away with just like having this entire area use the light scratchy texture if I had the yellow lights be like strong enough, but we'll try it with this first. What should I do next? Let's get the walls up here the same color. These don't have to be as high resolution, because they're going more toward the ceiling. Do need to correct most of their angles, though. Looks like it's kind of looking funky. There's a Blender trick to normalize the angles of like UV islands. That'd be great to know, but I don't know it. Which level is this? This is a regret. Working with like angled surfaces in Blender is always more challenging than ones that work on 90-degree axis. Stuff like this is like a really nice shake-up from the usual modding work, because unlike the usual, where I have to be more like attentive to everything that I'm doing and think a lot more, there's a lot more sort of busy work involved with level design and modeling and stuff like that. It's like really good relaxation material. Look at me drinking coffee at 4 p.m. Now I'm gonna drink Gatorade. I don't have to pinpoint it, leveler, as long as it looks good, just eyeballing it. Snap rotation to the grid. Snap rotation to grid. Try that. I don't know if it will have the right information to make that happen, though. Hi, Schmat. I'm doing really good, thanks. Oh, I see what you mean, but that's not exactly... Like, normalize the angles of all the islands, I guess. Normalize the angles of all the island edges. On a 90-degree thing. Something so, like, I could unwrap this whole area and not have all of the islands be totally different angles. I don't know what texture I want this thing to be up here, but I'll just set it as this for now. Get everything looking with like a homogeneous texture first will give me a better idea of how I want the more detailed stuff of the environment to look. So like this island over here unwrapped at a completely different kind of angle than the one that was higher up. Alright, now all this fucking shit, which is a pain in the ass, to go and select all of it. The day I marked all the seams and sharps here, that was a really fun day, let me tell you. Very eventful. That is an interesting scene there, but that's barely visible. Who cares? Plot twist, I care. The subtitles in CER were working before 343 changed how the subtitle systems are handled for MCC in general. So I made the I made working subtitles for all the new dialogue for the old system, but I haven't had the chance to make working subs for their new system, so that's why they're all weird in the current iteration of CER. People who are like deaf or have hearing issues are going to be seeing that and like, what does that mean? This must be some kind of like cryptic ARG the modder put into the game. What do these lines of file paths mean? Did someone actually make a working subtitles for CER, lol, dude? Among Us. Okay, nice, very nice. I don't know how the current subtitle system on MCC works though, but it would be ideal if I could just bundle that into the Steam Workshop download. Luckily, the angle that these are unwrapping at is actually really good. The automatic angle they're unwrapping in. Yeah, the CE subtitles are wild. That you just have a giant blocks of paragraphs on your screen. That's one of the reasons why I made shorter versions of Cortana's dialogue on Two Betrayals, because she just like yaps for 60 seconds straight in some cases. So I made it so she plays much shorter, condensed versions if you're rushing ahead. Ain't nobody who's played the level before need to hear all that. Especially not while you're trying to fight guys. Okay, I think that's everything on the ceiling. Yeah, I'm really liking the rustic look here. I just need to find some good textures for some of the detailed stuff that go along with it. Sort of pop out on top of the sort of more monotonous base, homogeneous base. And then probably need to get some more complex geometry detail going on these pillars as well. giving the energy sword a redesign to look closer to its CE counterpart. I don't think that's... I think Halo 2 deserves to keep its energy sword design. It doesn't need to look like its CE counterpart. In fact, CE's counterpart is pretty bland compared to Halo 2's. Halo 2's a lot more visually interesting and creative. CE's is just like a solid block of blue, of light blue, like cyan, with a really, really heavy glow. Bad seam. I wonder if I could work in any blue here. This kind of blue with the dirty bottom edge. I don't imagine I could, because it doesn't really work unless it's like a solid wall color, and that's already the rusted brown. Maybe like along these walls here, but they would need some like trimming to sort of make them stand out. You can try that. Okay. Okay, I'll leave this here for now while I go and finish the rest of the the rest of any of the rest of the walls or ceilings and floors in this entire stretch of the game. Yeah, I'm liking the vibe of that. That's kind of the vibe I was going for. Just need to get a lot more variety in there. This the area exit is kind of its own thing entirely. Probably want to make that particularly stand out particularly a lot. Have a lot more detail density to that. Yeah, I think this is the only thing really left that I need to take care of is these this ridge along the wall. This is not fully seamed. Those sharps marked. Then it can have a deactivated light along the bottom here. That is what the light source in this room would have been if it were not out. Halo 2's Marines are in like a sort of awkward spot, I feel like. Because they're like, they don't have the, I think Halo 3's Marines are sort of what they ideally envisioned for Halo 2's Marines. Because like, they clearly wanted more grounded look to their Marines. And more use of the color green as well. But they they accomplished that, I think. But they, I think with the Halo 2 Marines, they didn't quite get there in terms of like making it look creatively super like interesting in terms of like the general silhouette and shape. Because like if you compare the Halo 2 and Halo 3 Marines, the biggest differences that immediately stand out are the shoulders in particular, and how they pop out way more on the Marine silhouette, and also their helmet is a much more interesting shape with the front elongated as well. And also their greaves too have a very distinct popping shape compared to Halo 2's Marines. Sort of like Halo 2's Marine design sort of wraps around the body in a way that's not particularly interesting to look at, in my opinion. Like less so than CE's Marines, which had a really, really strong silhouette. Excuse me, where did my... Hello? Why did my seams get arm marked? Did I accidentally undo that? Accidentally unmarked them. But yeah, if I had to say it's something this really underrated aspect of Halo Marine design, it would be having a really interesting silhouette on the shoulders, the head, and the lower legs would be really important, because that's something that makes Halo 3 and Halo CE's Marines like so recognizable at a glance. Okay, I have a good idea of what I want to use for this part here. What is it called? Panel thick, I think. There it is. Oh yeah, still love your work on the chasm to this day, Mindful. these all aligned. Okay, this is the picture I had in mind for this. And then I can go through and tweak each face individually. Thank you, Imagine Art, for the $2. Miss you doing texture work, so cool. Thank you, dude with the mustache, for the $50 super chat. New areas looking great so far. And did you ever play the original Resident Evil games? If so, what's your favorite? Yeah, I played all of the Resident Evil games. All of the mainline ones, anyway. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. My favorite of the original Resident Evil games, like, in terms of the PS1 games and Code Veronica, would be Resident Evil 3. RE2 is very close behind. It's like I like 3 more as a game, but I'm kind of like obsessed with the original Resident Evil 2. It's very important to me. That's why I made a 2.5-hour video in 2019 defending its honor when the remake came out. Okay, the bottom of that's looking fine. My favorite room in Vanilla Halo 2? Honestly, probably somewhere on this mission. This mission has some really great some really great visual design. Maybe somewhere in the underwater area would be my favorite. I think like the rooms that are right next to the underwater tunnel rooms with the glass all overhead. Those would probably be among my favorites. I really like the way they're lit. Does Energy Sword damage hunters in this mod? Yes, somewhat. Can't make it damage them too much, because they take, like, it doesn't matter where you aim, they take the same amount of damage from the sword no matter where you hit. That's just how AoE damage and melee damage works in Halo 2. I like that look. It's cool. Relighting and reading stencil shadows to Halo 2. That is outside our capabilities, but we do have some stuff to improve the lighting in Halo 2. Halo 3 New Covenant mod. I did play a bit of it in its last release. But yeah, I saw that it came out, and I am considering maybe setting a day aside to like stream it. Yeah, New Covenant is using ODST. I think like all the modders who know what they're doing when they want to make something for Halo 3 will make it for like ODST because it has a wider breadth of capabilities. Alright. Now, while I'm here on this, let me just finish it off and get a deactivated light texture. here. Speaking of which, I think it's using the wrong bitmap in-game, so I'll probably import this and then fix that. Alrighty. Let me import this, check for any open edges, stuff like that. Also check the shader on that, check the bitmap on that shader. This is why I usually hide triangles, because of nonsense like this. Looks all good though. No portals, no edges. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. Alright, now I just need to fix the wrong bitmap on this shader. Let me see. What shader is that? Alpha Gas Giant, light bands, AG off. Solo, Alpha Gas Giant, lights, light bands off. What shader is that supposed to be? Not this shader. Yeah, not that shader. It should be the... I think it's like the Sentinel HQ bitmap. Light Sentinel HQ various. No, not that one. What is it? Might be in the Foreigner directory. Foreigner lights. Light thin strips. No, not that one either. DCR light bands. That one. Right. Yeah, it's that one. Okay, where is that? Bitmaps, Foreigner, Industrial Lights, okay. Scenarios, bitmaps, Foreigner, Industrial Lights, light bands. I think it needs to be the diffuse texture. Light bands diffuse. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Need to see how that looks when light mapped though, to make sure that looks how I want it. To like not be emitting any light. Okay, I also use that shader over here on these. Okay, nice. I'm really feeling confident about this. What the hell did that just get stuck to? What is that getting stuck to? What the heck? It's not an object. A set amount of max lockpicks you can have? Well, there's a max amount that you can... There's no, like, maximum, like, hard cap. It's just based on how many are in the level. Otherwise, there's no limit. Yeah, I don't know. Why is the plasma grenade landing in the air? It's not affecting the pathfinding at all, I don't think. But it kind of is in a weird way. Time to do a pathfinding test. Hold on, let me regenerate pathfinding. Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't seem to have any issues. What about other projectiles impact with this phantom collision? No. What is that? What is it? Interesting. Wait, projectiles are impacting on it. Hold on, it might be a piece of scenery. It might be a piece of scenery stuck here from when I initially rebuilt the map that, like, just got, like, stuck in the wall or something. Let me rule out the door. I don't think it's an object, though. Yeah, it's not an object. Destroy all objects, and it's still there. Nothing is showing up in Blender. That is very odd. Only on this side. Only thing I could think of is that it's this instance geometry in some way. I should do like a run through of this area and see if that happens anywhere else. It doesn't have any player collision. I mean, it kind of does. It has collision with the camera in a weird way. It is level with this surface. Apply scale. Maybe if I apply scale to the whole, like, thing, yeah. Let me apply scale to... I hope this doesn't mess up the instancing, though. Yeah, I would need to create a new object to apply scale there. I'll save that until I'm done with this whole area. Mild is a sharp missing here somewhere. I think it's told me a couple of times that this area that I have has a negative scale to it, so probably need to like apply scale to remedy that, but that seems to be the only issue for it at the moment. No instance geometry under it that's nearby. Oh yeah, I'm liking the vibe of this texture. Okay, what should we do next? What should we work on next? What's the next biggest thing that needs attending to? In this whole area. Probably these ceilings down here. Let's get this, what texture do I want to use for this? Probably the rusted texture, and then white scratchy maybe. I feel like I should use a white scratchy or under here. Either white scratchy or dark scratchy. Light scratchy, I mean. I think depends on what color I have the stairs here being. Probably gonna keep it as dark. Dark scratchy. Although since I changed the texture on the bottom stairs here, I might want to see how it looks with light scratchy. Depends on how it looks when the lighting comes out. Yeah, I gotta fix the UVs on the stairs now. Changed it quite a bit, so the UVs are probably fucked up enough to where I should probably redo the seams on it, maybe. Based on this bottom half. There's probably a thing in Blender to like mark seams by angle or something, by angle difference between two faces. I think that's the entire underside that seems marked. I think there are some bad UVs on the ramp too and the lights that I need to correct. Try giving this the white scratchy texture, and then see how that looks light mapped whenever I get around to testing light maps on this. I think that'll blend nicely with the texture I put on it, with the lights considered. Oh, the interior parts are still dark scratchy. Need to mark the seams in here as well. Oops, sorry, I was muted. Alright, there's that boring piece of work. Okay, let's get back to actually decorating interesting stuff and stuff. Like this wall. I think I might want to have like a trimming on this. An idea for how I want this ledge to look. Is there a comic series I like? I've never been a comic person when it comes to the Sonic series. Pretty much a games only guy, plus the 1990s OVA, perhaps. Yeah, let's see how that looks. I am only interested in a CE remake if they approach it from the angle of, oh wow, look at all this amazing stuff that Bungie had planned. Let's make a CE that could have been using all of these scrapped ideas that they had, and not a, okay guys, so let's get these off the checklist. First is sprint, now we have ADS, now we have clamber. Okay, gotcha. Now how do we monetize this? Like, having people work on it who actually know about CE and give a shit about making it like the lost version that could have been, and not just like people doing a fucking 9 to 5 who couldn't care less. I like that. What should we tackle next? Any more boring stuff to get out of the way? I still need to do the UVs on all of these support beams, and what do you call it? Buttresses. Need to do these back walls. Gonna add a little bit of a decorative texture there. Gotta fix the UVs on these. Just wondering if there's any monotonous to-do work left before getting to the interesting decorative stuff. Truly decorative. Didn't apply a texture to the front of these. That's gonna get a different texture anyway. Yeah, I think I'll start on the buttresses. Also have this big support beam in the middle. Oof, I have not done seams on this at all. I think most of this is just going to be the dark scratchy with a couple of specific shaders I have in mind for it. These are all instanced too, so I don't have to go through them all one by one. Thank God. Not in Halo 2, there isn't Leveler. Hoping I can just like select this entire thing once I have the seams done and just apply the dark scratchy texture to every surface on it. That'd be the easiest way of going about those. Yeah, art-wise, the Halo 4 elites fall victim to the, like, random anatomy change craziness of all the rest of the non-human characters. And, like, weirdly design them to, like, put their mandibles right by their eyes. So where they're almost covering their eyes. Halo 4, Halo 5 elites look brutish, yeah. They're weirdly heavy-footed in those two games. And, like, absurdly huge. Like, total mass-wise. Like, the Halo 4 and 5 elites are, like, to Chief what the CE hunters are to Chief and CE. Like, that's how they feel to me. Like, size comparison-wise. The scale is just, like, ridiculous. I remember a promotional render before Halo 5's release that had Chief going up against the sword-wielding elite, and the scale was, like, absolutely ridiculous. The elite was, like, almost twice the size of Chief, like, total. And then I compared it with a shot of Chief next to a Zealot in CE, and it was, like, night and day. The Halo Wars elites are very wonkily proportioned, but they have really nice butts. Oh, that's nothing compared to like the. If you ever saw the like announcement trailer of Halo Wars and how the elites were proportioned in that, they were like, they had like, they looked like their midsections could snap like a twig. They had the most ridiculous hourglass shape you could imagine. I should do an elite tier list. That'd be fun. I think F tier, Halo 4 and 5. D tier, Halo Wars. C tier, Halo 3. B tier, Halo Infinite. Yeah, I'd say Halo Infinite's fair. Either that or Halo Infinite and 3 would probably go side by side. Infinites are like weirdly... from what I remember, they don't have like much of a prominent like a silhouette to me. They like some of their materials or like surfaces seemed a little too simplistic, but Halo 3 is like too bulky. So I'd probably rank them the same. And then Halo 2 and CE both go in A/S tier because they're basically the same design and the best elites ever looked. I think my problem with Infinite's elites is probably just like a problem in general with Infinite's materials, like metal materials, is that they don't have enough grit, or like they have like a really plastic specular on them. Fix that and give them like a shiny environment map, like a la Halo 2 and CE's elites that gives their armor a very shimmery alien look, and I think that would probably fix them right up. It's like their materials are too straightforward for an alien like that, for how they've been traditionally like colored and shaded. That's why their armor kind of feels off to me in that way. It's too clean. Needs that Covenant shimmer. Oh yeah, I love the way the gloss on CE's armor looks. It's a really they had really good materials for like Chief's armor and the Elite's armor in CE for like the level of fidelity they were working with. It made it look like nice and metallic and also majestic within the limited confines of what they had. Halo CE has some really great metal. Hell, Halo CE has some really great metal materials, metallic materials, even to this day. And like the flashlight's dynamic light on Forerunner interiors still looks fantastic. think when you get the H3R, like, the human faces are going to be one of the first things that someone tackles right off the bat. I'll be interested to see what someone comes up with, whoever takes on that duty. Because I just know somebody's going to pounce on it as soon as we start. Halo 3 brutes look like they would trip on a banana peel. Halo 3's brutes are way more readable than Halo 2's. Halo 2's were trying to go from like too much detail and bump density for like the level of polygons that they had available to work with. And the brute faces and like the brute textures and like models in Halo 2 came out looking really like unreadable and messy as a result. It's the same design between the two games. Halo 3 just like concentrates the hair a little more and gives them red eyes to make their eyes stand out in like the big massive one color on their face. Because like in Halo 2's design, their entire head just blurs together on every brute except for Tartarus, just because they don't have the detail to separate everything out properly. I've asked people on the team to like consider smoothing out the poly count and bump mapping and textures of the brute heads and faces, considering how closely they appear in cutscenes a lot. No one's gotten to that yet. I think the brute heads and faces are where Halo 2 has aged the worst, because they just look like a mess, to be honest. I think the elite faces in Halo 2 can get away with it mostly because much of it is contained within the helmet, and then you don't need a lot of polygons to like convey the elite's faces just because of the way it's shaped and how their helmet is laid across their face. And because they don't have like a super expressive face anyway, most of that comes through the mandibles and their movements. So you can get away with like having the head just be like totally flat on one side and have the textures do all the work there, and then the mandals do the rest of the heavy lifting. I think they work pretty well. think we really do need a good pass at Tartarus's head and face before we release this mod, because there are so many close-ups of him in cutscenes that his, like, he needs, like, a higher poly face with a higher resolution texture and bump. Looking for any blind spots for the seams. Have a good one, Mindful. Yeah, Rose, I'm definitely not a big fan of, like, the flattening of brute faces ever since Reach, and their faces have only gotten flatter and flatter ever since, and they don't look remotely anything like they used to. They just, like, lost what made them unique, and now they're just space monkeys. Almost literally. Okay. I think that should be about everything. The reason they flattened the faces out was just to make expressions more readable. Yeah, that was also the reason why they gave fucking Escherum giant-ass slut lips as well, I imagine. God, he looks... I hate the way Escherum looks. He's so uncanny to look at. And they shove him in your face every opportunity they get. Like, his brutes should not have lips like that. It just looks so ridiculous. And I already found a spot where I didn't mark seams. Hold on. It'd probably be better if I select all the parts that I don't want to retexture first, and then invert my selection. Select the lights here. I don't have any problems with Halo Infinite's jackals, though. In fact, I think they, anatomically anyway, they might be my favorite jackal design in the series. I don't remember too much what the grunts in Infinite look like. And anatomies, likewise. Okay. Okay, so I know what other secondary textures I want to add on to these. It is in the underwater segment used here. It is DT metal strips. Where do I want to use that? Probably on the interior would make sense. Is there a shorthand command to, like, individually unwrap everything without having to select it all one by one? Like, not unwrap everything as if it's selected together, but unwrap everything as if you're unwrapping them one by one, but not actually having to do it one by one? Okay, hopefully that works. What was the name? DT metal strips. Hey. Okay, nice. Now I need to apply this texture to some other places too. Let's see. Do I want to do it on the outside of here as well? I feel like I maybe do. Favorite 343 era vehicle? The Mantis or Phaeton? The Phaeton is the Forerunner vehicle, right? What did, I think I really like the, what is it called? The air vehicle in Infinite. That one was nice. The human air vehicle, I should say. Yeah, the Wasp. That was fun to use when enemies weren't shooting me from like 50 light years away. Oh, this material is actually using light scratchy. I'm using dark scratchy here, so I might want to take these parts and make them light scratchy. In fact, I might even want to just like replace this material with light scratchy. Okay. I was hoping for a more of a color contrast with the... I'll see how it looks in light maps first before I change it to dark scratchy. I think it'll appear a lot darker than it does here in game with the light maps. In fact, I should probably run some test light maps tonight after I get done with this. Also, maybe I should extend these textures down. Extend the bottom of this down. I don't know. Yeah, that'll clip with the environment though. Could cheat and do something like that, maybe. I don't think it's in the way here though. I'll just leave it up there for now. You know what? I should probably texture the outside of the railing here to look good with the buttresses. And that is not properly marked for seams. Okay, let's see what looks good with that. Why does it unwrap some stuff like upside down sometimes? Or like at different scales. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do a neat little trick here. Solve all these edges. Then subdivide this along the middle. Mark that as a seam. Alright, and then unwrap all of those together. Or not together. Okay, and take these top two, mirror them on the Y-X axis. Okay. Stack these on top of each other. Okay, now we have a nice mirrored texture that allows us to make it look higher resolution than it actually is. Then I can just settle on whatever looks best. Plasma cannon sounds a little lackluster. That's just the Spectre turret sound and the plasma cannon sound from Halo 3. If someone wants to make it a little beefier on the team, I'll hear that out. Need to add a subdivision here. Okay, we'll see how that looks in game with the light maps. Then I feel like I want to add some kind of texture in the center of this, maybe. Let's see what we can come up with here. Should it be decorative? Should it be utilitarian? Or industrial looking? I want it to be a light. Depending on how the color contrast looks in game. Do maybe something like that. Or do we want it to be totally straight? Probably want to make a better shape for it. For whatever I'm doing here. Dissolve these faces, then make an inset. And then level this. Have a good one, Williaso, and have a good one, Dark. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about this texture. Need something simple. Simple that more works as like an outline for this. I kind of like that. Thank you so much, Isaac, for the $5. If you ever make a Sonic Heroes Dream Remake video, would you consider adding possibility of team customization after you beat hard mode? Yeah, you could do that in any sort of Sonic game as a post-game reward. It's just a nice little thing to have. Cool. I like the way that looks. Nice and simple. A lot of the stuff is subject to change as soon as I see how it looks light mapped. I will definitely be running test light maps today. And then I'll post the results on my Twitter if I remember to. Also, these UVs are mirrored, and they shouldn't be. Thank you, Space Noid, for the $5. Can't wait for YupYap the Destroyer to be in this mod. Yep, he's coming tomorrow. As long as you subscribe to the $999 tier on my Patreon. Yap Yap is worth more, and you know it? Well, better get to donating then. Thank you, Space Noid, for the super chats. Thank you, Space Noid, for the $2. Halo 2 is the best Halo game. Here's $2 as proof. Oh my god, true. It has the same number in it. Wow. Thank you, Naira, for resubbing and becoming a Rubythist, granting you early access to new videos, which I'll be making another one after I'm done with this mission. Really appreciate it. Hi, Kai. Why do these UVs look so funky? Probably because the triangles are at a funky angle. That'll work from down here, though. I want to do a similar thing down here to these. Anything else I should add this metal strip texture to? Maybe the underside of these girders. Alright, let's see. Will I add fruit to Halo 2? Entire fruit stands of Mombasa that you can shoot and will realistically react. Very revolutionary mod we have on our hands here. This'll get Reddit pumping. Nice, I like that. And I think I know what I want texture on this look like? If it doesn't clash too much with the texture it has as it is. Thank you, Spacenoid, for another $2. I usually answer them all, let them pile up, Kindred, and then answer them all at once in one go. I would ask that people don't at me in there, because it's, like, pointless. I'm gonna get to all the questions anyway, so there's no reason to at me. Let's see what might look nice here on this. Probably something lower res. Ideally something more mechanical looking than ornate. Yeah, something like that. Let me stack all these together. some of them are still mirrored, but that's okay. Yeah, I like that. I might texture the side of this with a similar texture, but I'll see how dark scratchy looks. I could try going with the Foreigner Gray texture for this one, which I haven't seen used anywhere. Hi, mistalozna. Yeah, that matches well, at least within Blender. We'll see how it looks in Halo 2. I think this texture is used a lot on, like, the gray surfaces. This is, like, the gray surfaces on, like, Halo, the Halo mission. A lot of the gray surfaces on Silent Cartographer. And then also I do want these to have like a light coming down from them. Not one that's too strong though. Probably something that's not orange. Blurple light. Okay, we'll try that. Oh, I know exactly how I want. What texture I want on this to look like is. Nice. Can't wait to see how this will look with some test light maps. Tried Warframe? No. I don't even know what that is. It's like Call of Duty or something. Last Call of Duty I played was Black Ops 2. Okay, now I need something to mark the interior of this for this part over here that doesn't have an instance part to go along with it. So I think I might do something like decorative. Since these parts are a little bit more for decoration. Fucking inset faces here are really interesting. Do something with one object, it'll do it with the other. Yeah, I'd have gone insane a long time ago with symmetrical interiors otherwise. Do not try level designing without instancing, is my advice. Be kind to yourself. Probably something not too detailed because you don't really have a great angle on it. Just something that makes it look not half complete. Oh, what is this? Where is this used? I can't remember where I've even seen this. I feel like I should use this on the exit somewhere. I need to make this side use the light Forerunner color too. What is generic gray? It's probably like a default map. Oh yeah, there's this bit map. Okay, let's stick with that for now. Alright, I think that'll do it for this stream, guys. I'm going to run some test light maps tonight, and then I'll post the results on Twitter and make a post for it on YouTube with the results. So yeah, see how this area looks now that it's finally coming together texture-wise. Alright, thank you to everybody who donated so generously. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are very awesome. That's what allows me to keep doing this. Yeah, sorry, Bapa Booey. Glad to have you here anyway. Okay, good night, guys. See you next week. Next Saturday, as always.